Doot. First things first. Stream marker. All right, and now we see if things crash. All right. To variety. I also didn't change into my archipelago outfit. The scene change worked! It's a miracle! Alright. There we go. Yep, that's what I mean. It worked. Alright, so there was something I wanted to do, which is I want to get this working. I don't know where I'm gonna put this player. But hold on, I'm gonna make this full size. Just so that y'all can see. I need to interact with it. Interact. Oh, hey! That works conveniently well. It's also just very loud for the moment. Can you all hear that? Nope. Okay. So then... Well, now you guys can hear, but I can't. I'm gonna turn that down. Like... -40. Alright. If I want to hear it, I need another one. Let's shrink this down a little bit. Y'all getting the mild peek behind the curtain. Just give you something to listen to while I work. Can I copy duplicate? No, I can only paste references because OBS be like that. Scale the window. Up there's fine. That works for it. Alright. So, you know, I think the best thing for me to do would be just to open a browser and listen casually. Because I can just go to the thing. Streaming, Rainwave. Alright. So, the deal. Just chat and art. Matter of fact, I'm gonna change my outfit before we start arting up. So let's go with what do you guys want? Do you want classic or kimono are the two I'm thinking. I'll put a vote for it in the chat because this is going to be something that I can just very casually interact with chat. Actually, hold on. I need to remember to... is there a thing for art? There is, in fact, a thing for art. I'm not sure if it's a game, but... There we go. We're doing art. It's art! I don't need to... No, don't pin. How do I... Stream manager. All right, we're learning. This is our first time. Clips. Create a poll. Current poll result. There's no active poll. Then create a poll. New poll. Question: which outfit for Abby? Or for Tuber? And you guys can vote between classic, kimono, modern, or since we're doing Timespinner stuff, which you can use your Binks bucks to buy them. You guys have 10 minutes while I do the basic starts for things. You like kimono for art? Feels more fancy? Alright. I gotta get the art ready. So, something that I like to do when I am doing games and such, if you guys haven't seen already, is make sprite art for doing custom sprites in games. So, you guys are all well aware of the Matty Sprite for Ages, Seasons, and LADX. You're probably less aware of the Final Fantasy sprites that I did back in the day when I was still working with FFR with a lot of stuff, and one of their mod team. However, we've been presented a new challenge, and that is Timespinner, which is probably the highest res game I've had to do a sprite for, and has, I believe I counted it at 254 frames for just the character. I might also want to do a sidekick, because there will be nothing quite like Binks hanging out. But that said, we've got to get started on this. So, first things first, I need to double check. We know this is, I think it was 12 sprites. 5, 10, 12. Yes, it's 12 by an amount. I need to figure out the image size. It's 512. I need to do some quick maths. So 512 divided by 12 is, how is that 43? Something's wrong then. Because I need to figure out what the sprite borders are so that I don't clip things out. It is 512. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Be 1. There's got to be extra frames somewhere. Might be able to Google it and check out their modders. Yeah. I could ask the Timespinner community. I'm gonna pop the question. Dude. This is so sudden. Well, at least we can do the first thing that we need to do, which is the easiest thing to do when starting a new sprite, especially since we're working in color, is to adjust our color palette. So we're going to cheat a little bit and use a good old find everything. So we're going to go, I'm going to zoom to 400% so I can see specifics. So start with bright skin tone. And I've got two references. I've got Sprite Matty, because sometimes I want to go with somebody. And I've got this lovely art by GRS, which is lovely to work with. She was great. I'm very happy that I got this. So we're just going to color pick, since we should, as a PC game, I think we can do just about anything. I normally work in very small sprite sizes, so when we go to my lovely pencil brush, I'm at 1 pixel size. You forgot about the GRS Matty. GRS Matty is like peak. Does that show cursor? GIMP. Properties. Yeah, okay. That does capture cursor. Just hope you guys can see my cursor as I go. So just gonna make this massive real quick. And now we accidentally whitewash Lunays. Try to do these about 2 rows at a time. All right. Perfect. All right, so she's got a skin tone number 2. Unfortunately, our GRS one is pretty two-tone. So I'm gonna swap to 100 so we can maybe find some midtones. We might have to invent some midtones. Whoop. Yep, you see the cursor? All right, good. Good. I think this should probably be our 3rd tone. So I'm going to go to our 3rd tone. Get our big-ass brush out. Head back to 200. Sprite work's fun. 3-ish rows at a time. Make sure we get them. And now 2-ish rows at a time to make sure we get them. Because there are many frames. Yeah, so when doing sprite work, it kind of sucks because 90% of the work is basically like tracing over the prior sprite to make sure that you're fitting your animation frames properly. There are some times that I get to customize it up, like when I did the Final Fantasy ones, I just kind of freehanded, but for this, we're going to be doing a lot of like, these are where the eyes should go. Alright, so let's go up to 400 again. Let's go to 500 this time. Alright, so let's grab our midtone. And this needs to become somewhere between these. Oop. Nope. Let's grab main tone again. Alright, so it's very pink. Let's a little bit lighter, since it's a mid-tone. Alright, and we pull back. Yep, main thing I want to do here is just kind of chill and chat. So anything you want to, I guess you could ask me anything. You know, that's appropriate to talk about anyway. So no talking about my other work. We could talk about the eviction nonsense. We could talk about multi-world mayhem. We could talk about anything. I'm very down. Sprite crim and chill. Keyboard needing so much force. I was gonna say, what kind of keyboard you got? I won't lie, there's a part of me that really wishes I had an old clacky keyboard. There's just something satisfying about old clacky keyboards. We might end up color correcting this a little bit. I have turned very pink There are still 2 colors there, right? Yes. Let's actually go to my mid-tone. I want it to be a bit brighter. I want it to be a softer transition. Since we're inventing tones. Alright, how do I feel about that? Poll ended. Alright, we're gonna stay in the kimono. Alright, let's color grab our low tone and gonna make it a little bit darker. And by that, we gotta kinda something like that. Main PC has a mechanical budget one. I've been waiting on to get Cherry silent to keep pickup less on the mic. It's normally not a big issue except the spacebar. You have my mom's all-in-one in the bedroom. It's work PC so you don't get distracted with games. As you do. I was gonna say, I kind of unfortunately have an everything PC at the moment, which isn't a good thing. Alright. You unfortunately look very pale, which I'm not keen on. We might have to do some minor adjustment as we go. But we're just capturing our color palette for the moment. Goal color palette. Then we actually worry about changing stuff. Alright. Well, we've whitewashed the character. I feel terrible. Alright. Time to get our lovely hair. So we have a high point color. And we got 3 colors to work with here. And a dark. I want to see how this works. I want to pee first. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We'll be right back. Just because we were doing other stuff for a bit. Oh, also took the moment to hydrate, as you should. Alright. Let's start there. Alright, I think I'm going to actually reference my colors here, because it looks like we only have 3. There's a 4th, but we can... No, there's 3. Looks like 3 color. Dude. The autism brain kicking in. This is going to turn our boots a color, which isn't great, but we deal with what we do. Dude. Alright, let's get this fiery hair going. Huge. I was gonna say, the Super Mario music fitting. Huge. Huh. Her hair and eye are the same color. Which works out, because we need to make that gold eventually. Oh, it's so hideous when you're starting a sprite. Alright. And... are there two colors in here? No, it's just one. That said, it is also most of our outline color, which is going to be tricky. Yeah, this dark blue is used in a lot of places. We'll have to catch that in our manual touch-ups. Also known as, this might not work as intended. However, that also said, always keep a backup plan. Under this layer is the original sprites, so that I can always have something to reference as need be. Always be smart with your art. Huge. And we've effectively done what, like, a randomized sprite colors does. Huge. So red. So very red. Alright. That said, I do like that fiery color for the hair. It's working out. Alright, so the frame size is 42 by 48. Dude. Yeah. $260 frames, 12 columns in a row. Okay. There's a buffer between frames then on the sheet. It's 42 times 12 is... Right. Huge. 42 times 12... Yeah, so there's 8 extra pixels somewhere. Alright, I gotta do a little test. Because we got our answer. I'm gonna make a new sprite for border. And on it, we are going to make a... Where's my square tool? Perspective, no. Dude, I gotta blow my nose again, fuck. Yeah. So the right of the file has... Dude. Very syntech. Dude. Alright, so we can... There are 8 frames over here that we can ignore. Dude. Let's show this grid. And image, configure this grid. I would normally do 1 by 1 pixel, but we're working big enough I can probably avoid that. Let's make our horizontal 42 and our vertical 48. Will that work? Dude. Well, 42 helps at least, so that we can see our horizontal. So that is our horizontal width we get to work with. We have a lot of free space. And then vertically, we'll have 48s. So that... You got it at 42 horizontal. It's doing what I want it to do. No, it is not. Undo that guide. Grid not aligned with the sprites is bothering me. It's because they're rectangular, so they're 42 by... they are 42 by 48. So there's an extra 6 pixels that way that they are. Which also means she floats off the ground a little bit. Which is important to know. Brain. What are we doing? Show guides, show grid. Image. Guides. The fun part of GIMP. Stuff selectively being easy to work with. Uh... So... Okay. So I think manually... New guide... 84. So just gonna manually pop it in our guide boundaries, which is going to be annoying, but image guide, new guide, nope. Brain. 126 should be another one. Yeah, we just gotta do this like 11 times. Image guide, new guide, 68. It's all right. We'll fix it. We'll fix it very slowly and very autistically. New guide. That would be 210. Yes. $52. It's 94. We will only be doing the vertical one, and then I will swap up the grid to being 40. No, because that's going to desync the grid entirely. It's fine. It's fine. New guide. 6 math. 336. Is that correct? I'm still good at math. Confirmed. Image guides. New guide. 8, 7. Image. New guide. 80. 420, blaze it. Dude. New guide. 62. And new guide for 504. Yes. And then doot. Get the grid. 48. So yes, that one's perfect. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. What is the percentage for 22? Because then I can make a horizontal direction one. I wish I didn't have to do it in percentage. That would be nice. 100 divided by 22 is... no. 22 divided by 100. No. There's no way it's 4%. 4.54. Will this work? Please? No. It didn't work. I was hoping that that would divide it into slices, which it did not. Alright then. I wish I could... I can desync. Oh, that's so much easier than what I was doing. There we go. I can remove guides. Remove all guides. There we go. I'm just blind. It's fine. Alright. Main clothes A. Oh, we're still on the border layer. Alright. So, we want to mainly work in our nice purples, of which we have 3. I kind of want to go with my usual purples. Let's back out. And there we go, we can actually see our grids. Thank you, Timespinner community, for answering my stupid questions. Well, for answering the questions that make my life easier. Sorry for being so late. You're fine, Wes. I'm just chilling. We're arting. And by that, we're getting some of our color palette in for now. Second color. We'll be freehanding after this. We are in the easy phase. Did you ever get my art in Tomodachi Life Living the Dream? I was aware, because I've seen enough other people doing it. I would love to get a Switch too. Unfortunately, my landlord's trying to squeeze $700 out of me that they're claiming I owe, which I don't. I have never missed a rent payment. I only need to switch one? Well, if I only need to switch one, maybe. Alright, and then our last swap color-ish. Alright. Horrible palette swap complete. And we could legally put horrible palette swap in if I wanted to just play this for the multi-world encore. But I don't want to put a half-done product in. The lesbian couple had their kid? Nice. Alright, we're gonna need to fix things up. So, easy work technically done. Time for the hard work. So, zoom, I want about 900. So we're going to be working on individual sprites one at a time, which is going to start with this one. You see no issues? Alright, I wish I could use my tablet pen on PC, but it is attached to my tablet and does not work unless... Is there a way to use an S Pen tablet with a PC? Let's find out, shall we? We'll find out together, because doing this with mouse sucks. If not, we will be doing it with mouse, and sucking. Will this work? Apparently there might be an app that can do this. Samsung. The small details are the fun ones, and that's all we got to work with. Fine, I'll update the Galaxy Store. I never use it. Reject ads. Second screen. That's all Chromecast stuff. Fast TV. Screen recording. This is already ridiculously further along. Well, the thing is that was just putting a color palette on. I do still need to change a lot of outfit stuff. Amongst other things. Well, I guess tag with it. Alright, let's try something else at least. So I have the lovely witch hat that you all use as an icon, which let's see how it scales up in size. Because if it scales up in size well, we can just use it as a guideline, which will be lovely. Twitch Guff. Reward icons? No, that's not it. Sub badges. 3 month, 9 month. The 1 year badge. Alright. Let's grab it. Toss it in. It is very big. Control Z. Undo. Get the small one. It's a little small. Give me the just right one. It is, in fact, way too big. Or is it? We could be giant hat. It would be great. We'll have a big hat going everywhere. No. Alright, so we're gonna have to freehand our hat. Or scale this. Layer, transform. Scale this layer. Let's go percent. Maybe like 80%. With absolutely no thing. That could work. What do you think, chat? Do we use the sub hat? I think we use sub hat. The less work I have to do, the better. We will have to make sub hat move, which is not a fun time, but that gives us a guideline for our lovely hat. Let's keep that in mind. I'm going to make it disappear for now. I need to make our face work. So, let's... change the layer name, because good artists remember to sort their layers. 12... What I wouldn't kill for a drawing tablet. With a screen on it. But that is stuff for the future. I need to be able to reasonably afford it, and for it to be a worthwhile investment. Which would mean we need to be drawing a lot more. Just gonna go full 20. There we go. That gives us lots of room. As long as we stay within our guides. So, feet, boots. We can do feet, boots. I want to focus the face first. So, with our lovely Matty, we've got a nice little V-cut of bangs. We've got our side bits, and our ears disappear entirely, because they're up here. It's a great time. So, let's get ourselves a new layer to draw on top. We'll call it a sketch layer. Let's shape in our bangs, shall we? So I'm thinking we have my normal sized pen. So probably have like that, probably. I don't think I like that shape. Welcome to the worst part of the artist, the first line. So probably like a V. Block in our hair. So block A. We can maintain, I think, most of this. Maybe block it down. I don't need to worry about a lot of the back, but... And probably, like, a little bit coming out here. Similarly. Ponytail Matty's fine too. Hair's cute and on brand. Hair is cute and on brand. We will need to, like, delete this part of it, though, is the big thing. How will that look with hat? Yeah, so we're gonna have to cut this part of hat out. So, like, hat will need to lose this much-ish. Probably afford to move hat like maybe one back. Which then we delete another row from it. Yeah, that could work. Hat is cute and on brand. Hat is 100% cute and on brand. The hat's going to be the hard... Well, hat and tails. So you have two kind of hard parts to deal with. Matter of fact, it might be worthwhile for me to also open up from my nonsense that I've done in the past. Not Final Fantasy Sprite stuff. Link's Awakening Sprite stuff. Dude, where's Matty 3.0? Matty new? Matty new. This is what I'm used to working on. Oop, doesn't need to be 6,000%. Though I will probably need about 1,200. And we're going this way. I don't like how I did my side tails, actually. You know what would make a good reference, actually? If I pulled out some Sega sprites of Tails from Sonic 2. I think it'd be a good, like, idea for tail shapes. So I might grab that for next time, but I'm not too concerned right now. Right now I kind of want to freehand this hat. Let's get the hat working. Don't want to keep that level of gold. Not overly. Alright, so continue freehanding my hair. Doot. So the downside of sprite work is every pixel matters. Can I... I gotta block some stuff in. So this will mostly be missing. No, it won't. So where does this cut off? Like this pixel? So this part doesn't matter. It will be covered up. Which means... kind of want just like little wings. So that'll end up being hair shape. I could do a bang. And then, so there's where our arm starts. I want the cravat. So that will be shaped here, roughly. We will have a skirt, so that will end up shaped. We will need our big monster paws. Because this is the first time I get to do the big monster paws. So we will be big monster pawing. And then... so we could have the tails start here. We could have them go up and be very poofy. Or we could have... well, we'll have to move them throughout frames. So I think from the default stand, we're not going to see more than one. And then as we get further frames in... looks like we got like 4-ish frames. 5, 6... I don't know the exact frames of animation we're working with is the major issue. I have to like pull up the game and let it idle a bit. But I have the tools to load it in, so we'll be able to check stuff as we go. The boot shapes are fine. So I think that's the major like shape changing we're going to be doing. And we need, like, the ears coming out. But I think that'll end up kind of our Matty shape. Alright. So with that in mind... What do we want to keep? Style. Could dial down the opacity for a second. They're fine. Alright. New. So there's the colors. So on the sprite layer, I like how this eye turned out, so we'll grab the eye. Let's shade it down a pinch. Give it a little bit of depth. Let's grab from the Matty colors. I'm just gonna steal the face. We're bringing the face up. Copy. Paste. Merge that down. All right. Face stolen. Oh, crickety crackety. Let me pull up another Matty hair art. No offense to GRS, but Matty's hair is always a fun topic. Yeah, she always just kind of gets done as like side part. Not even, or not side part. I tend to do her with a lot of bang, but most people tend to do her with just like squares around. Alright. Let's grab our hair color. I'm just gonna grab the tissue to sit at my desk. Ack! Ack, I say. Because we're in Binks shedding weather. All right. I want to reduce the opacity for Matty colors for a second. Actually, if I'm going to reduce it to 0, I should just turn it off. All right, so doot. I think I want about that kind of a shape for the main bang we see. How does that go with the hat? Should be fine. I think maybe a little bit more covering the face. Doot. Bit of shine. And what is our darkest color? Doot. A little bit want the shine. I'm gonna come back in. Alright, I think I'm going to merge the hat into the sprite layer. I think we'll use the hat as kind of our defaulting color, but I do want to take the colors of the hat and, like, enrichen them a bit. Maybe a little bit darker than that. I should actually, before I continue too much, let's yes, better colors. Alright, I want to lighten stuff up on... Oh. We're fine. We're lighten stuff up on this edge. Alright. Dude, time to freehand some ears. Dude, let's grab that. I think I like a little bit more. So, pop them out of here. Alright, sketch our ears on. Dooch. Dooch. Maybe... Doot. Fluff them up. Do. Do. I guess yours could end up kind of round. I do prefer them being sharp, though. I guess I feel weird making the ears even smaller, but... Oop. Yeah, I think sharper. Put our band back on. Gotta limit some of these colors. I think we're good. Alright. Let's block in our next shape. Doot. Let's re-solidify that line, I think. Alright. Fix the other half of the bow. Dude, I gotta learn some keys. I think we're getting there. Alright. I think I want to fill that. That can remain light, since it's kind of foregroundy. Dude. Dude. I think just one. There we go. I think we're almost had it up. Ugh. Maybe like delete that pixel. Hello, Binks. Here for cuddles? Yeah, we're drawing. It's very slow, but we're drawing. Yeah. All right. We could probably afford to take that shape and like that one. But then I think our hair is our own. We cut everything else off. Binks, over there. Binks. All right, into my lap. All right. I think we have a face. We have 2 spots that need filling. With dark. Probably with maybe that. Actually, it'll be under the hat. No. No, I think it was best with our dark color. Yeah. Adds shading. It's nice. Thanks. Ugh. Hello, you. Binks, I love you. Enough, please. And thank you. Oh yeah, I should probably open up the other thing I'm gonna have to do here. Which is going to be the harder part. Assorted sprite modding, Timespinner stuff. No, it'll be in the conversion files that we unpacked. Portraits. How are these going to be working with? 4,000 was slightly too much. 400. Yeah, we're going to have to do this one here at some point, which will be a lot more colors and such, and a lot more detail that I'll have to be ready to do. And we should probably do that one too. Yes, you. Cuddles. I love you too. I know, I'm doing stuff you're not used to. Alright, do I leave my shoulders open? I do. Alright. Let's go with our mid-tone and pop into this shoulder. Let's get the main shape of the arm here. And then we'll grab our low ear tone. And we're going to need to do this shape. And like fist around there. And we'll recycle this. Binks, stop. Binks, enough. Binks. Enough. Dude. Oop. And our pinky claw will end up basically disappearing behind there. Binks, stop. Alright. We'll block in some additional shape over here. Binks! Stop trying to eat my hair. You have one rule, and it's don't eat my hair. And we'll get like a pink pad in there. We'll have to fix up those shapes as we go. But methinks. Let's get a darker tone here. Still want to keep it kind of that beigey, but I want it to be our dark outline color. Alright, I think we're gonna drop the opacity on the Matty Sprite to help see where I don't have stuff going. Our dress is gonna end up being this color, so we can fill in a bit around here. Let's get nice shiny shoulders. Gonna live with some sprite colors. No, that can remain that. Matter of fact, we're going to make these more bone colored. That works out. Dude. Let's get some nice shiny shoulders, shall we? Dude. All right. Kind of want that fur texture. I think we need a mid-tone. Hello, Binks. Hello, Binks. Over here, there you go. It's a little darker. Where do my sketch layer head? So my sketch layer leaned a little bit more into going the other way. Okay, I think we scrap this. Time to get the original refs out. The hands nobody draws correctly. OG ref go. Dude. believe the artist for the original ref is Kurata. I haven't seen them in forever. They basically disappeared from the internet. Okay, so I do only have 3 fingers. And everything's kind of up at the front. So let's grab this shape and fill all of this in. Probably like that. I'm going to be a little bit bigger. Might have to just go like 1 pixel thick. There is spacing between them. The hand nobody draws correctly. 1. That's when you correct them. I do try. It just... Just every time someone has their own way of doing it. Some people like even bend the claws, which I don't like. Cut. Let's move this down. I was gonna say, not even I draw them correctly. Apparently. I was gonna say, granted, I'm working in 42 by 48. I have no space. Kind of incidentally like the shape that this ended up in. You know, a lot of people canceled Discord Nitro after the ID stuff, so they're adding Tier 1 Game Pass to Nitro, so that's kind of neat. Huh. Neat. I've had to keep it just because I have to maintain the different identities between servers. I'm in a lot of like charity stuff that I can't exactly have my my fun names and titles in, lest people get in trouble. My gross hands. Alright, I think we abstract a bit here, since literal isn't working for us. So we'll keep the thumb. But I think for our other fingers, we like mitten them a little bit. The mittening. It's working. Go to the midtone? No, I think we go to the midtone there. The mittening. Just thicken those fingers a bit. We have mittened. Mittened successfully. So we get one there. Dooch. Sprite outdated. Game changed from Timespinner to Crime Spinner. Alright, we'll see how much of that backhand ends up visible later. Alright. Oh, I'm gonna have to do this 200 times. This is why we're streaming, just so that I have someone to talk to while I'm working. Alright, let's space in the cravat. I think that might be it, actually. Like, that's all the space it gets. that. Alright. What do I want my top to be like? Could go with my usual. But let's grab our default purple shape. We gotta boob out a bit. We must expand the booba. Yeah. Booba. Let's grab that color to darken around the neck. Dude. Will I animate sprite jiggle? Maybe a little bit. We'll see. I have I have 260 frames to do. We will do what we do. We will definitely have tail waggle. I did this to myself. You're entirely correct. How dare you say something so controversial yet so brave? Huge. Gotta darken under the cravat. Give it a better outline. Gotta do a reset or two for Patch Tuesday. Sounds like a plan. See you in a bit. Huge. Alright, so I want some... So we'll draw that into corset line. Yeah. So many belts. Alright, I think we stylize things a little bit here. We'll have some fun. Look at our sketch. Once again, we got our mitten paws. Time to get our browns out. Oop, not lettering. Alright, so I kind of want like a belt. I want the waist to work off of this brown. So we're gonna belt up. Another layer, maybe. Gotta get us to waste. Alright. uh, 16 colors per character. And yet Luna's cheats. Alright. So we have a rough goal for maximum colors. I am already way past it. Dude. Ugh. Dudes. Alright. Yeah, we can work with that. Maybe double stripe? Something like a visual flare. The cab is late, but GG for Mayhem. Thank you kindly. We are now working on Matty. Which is an art project, and art projects take 4 million years, so we're gonna be at this for a while. Matter of fact, whenever you're at something often, save your work frequently. Just in case. You never know. Maybe only 2. It's a bit wide. Have to save your writing all the time. Ditto. I save my writing all the time. Your art projects take 15 billion years. They're just finishing from the dawn of the universe. Procrastination. Well, don't worry. We'll have something to look forward to you from you in 1.2 billion years. It'll be fine. Alright, I think I should block in... We want the, like, skirt flare ruffles. And then, like... You can write lyrics, you can write poems, you can do web program, they'll let you do art. Thankfully, I'm okay at art. And by that, I mean you can see what I'm doing right now. It's just largely a tracing adventure for doing game sprites. Let's get a transition color in there, just for depth. You did a bunch of jigsaw merges and now you're BK'd again. Dude. Oh, I've been summoned. Bracket 2 to 3, 5 p.m. Maybe I could end. Alright, back to work. I think we chunk ourselves up a little bit here. Or turn that into deep shadow. No. Could maybe do a deeper color of this, though. Dude. I was gonna say, we've never seen Matty's real feet. They're actually all fucky. Mm-hmm. But do I do the fucky feet, or do we just go with the boots everyone likes? I think I go with the boots with the fur. Mm-hmm. So I think we're at the point, I don't want to keep building waist down, because at this point we just, like, copy the pants at most. Feeling the multi with 6,000! You know what? I realize most of that's probably my fault, since I made every enemy and fucking lantern in Timespinner a check. Like a lunatic. Alright, I'm gonna tuck the... Part of me wants to tuck the feet in a little bit, just for the heels. Lanterns are fun, yes. I think we just trim some of this. Alright. Well, this is our boots color anyway. So let's get... a boot shape in. This will end up being the same. I have a whopping 719 checks. Oh, so it's not mostly my fault. Alright then. Wait a minute, how many games are there? Because that's like 1/10 of the checks on me alone. Part of me alone. Dude. 13 games. 4,000 checks. Alright, so Spyro 3 is your fault. And then I'm the second most fault. Got it. Philly is missing, maybe. Of course, Spyro is your fault. Yeah, this is the default standing. Because we can add more character to it if we want, like some personalization. Professional AP players cause most AP problems. No. Lies and slander. Actually, hold on. What do I have my boot color here? I'm stealing my my boot color. This muddy color. Look at it go. Alright, boots blocked in. Do we go combat boots? Do we try to do the fucky feet, or do we heal it up? I do love me some Dommy Mommy boots. Let's look at some of the other art that I have. Yeah, if I go to some of Muddy's art, she's got little boots. We can give her little boots. She can have little boots, I guess. We'll give her little boots. But they gotta be little boots. Like these are tall boots. Which, yeah. So that would be the boot height, roughly, of Lunae's. I think we cut off these boots. We give her little boots. Like 3 whole pixels off. Maybe like a little bit of a flare, like they're too big. And we'll cut the heel out. We got little boots. Dude. So we gotta use shading to shape things out a bit. Where we've got colors. Is this sprite sheet only Lunae's? Yes, it is only Lunae's. It's only Lunae's, and it's fucking it's almost 300 sprites long. The advantageous thing is once we get a default Matty like planned out, it will make some of the other ones easier. Like we just have to. What part of it will be roughly guessing which sprites and things. So something I might also have to do, like, in testing, like I might have to toss like a 1 here, so that I know which frame something is if it's broken. Or like trying things out. Thankfully, Timespinner Rando makes it really easy to add in a custom sprite, so it shouldn't be too hard. I shouldn't need to like. I will need to make an XNB file each time I export, but it shouldn't be too hard to figure some stuff out. Like the biggest disadvantage is that some of these are likely cutscenes. Like if I back out to 200% again, where oh look at Matty, she's looking so. The hat's good. I like the hat. I like the ear. The head's fine. we gotta fix up this middle a bit, and we gotta give the arms a little bit more depth, I think. HD, Matty. But yeah, like some of these, like this. Hold on, let me max out Lunes again. Like some of these flips and things are probably specific cutscenes. The one on the ground, I think, this is attacking on the ground, I think, specifically while kneeling. So there's a lot of, like, I don't know, this is, I think, dying or might be a cutscene, especially this getting up one. That is likely a cutscene. That is likely a cutscene. Or so that's on the bed cutscene. So, like, there's stuff I'm gonna have to do and figure out and hope it works. Can I zoom in? How zoomed in would you like? On the first I mentioned? The attack stuff? Or there might be a cutscene. Like these, this falling animation. The dying? The maybe cutscene? Give me a second. This one. It's hard to find stuff zoomed in. This one getting up. Yep, cutscene after Ma. Yeah. So there's going to be a lot that is going to be very difficult to test, is basically what I'm getting at. But once we get the major shapes of Matty down, it shouldn't be too hard. The biggest things are going to be like rotating it. Anyway, I'm going to reopen Lunes. You know what? I want to wear spurs. Or spats. Spats are fun. I'm going to grab these leggings. Because we will have to have leggings. Oop. I don't know why. Everyone loves drawing Matty in these little shorts. Dude. But yeah, this should be kind of blocking in our non-tail colors. If we're gonna keep the little shorts. I'll probably like fix some of these shapes a little bit, but is Lune's literally solid? No, she does have a hole there. Give a little bit more butt. You recognize single frames on the sheet? Good. I wish I had played. I played it enough to recognize sprites on the sheet. Never talked to someone, never got it diagnosed. Alright, I don't think I want that much. I think we're gonna try to follow the leg line here, so it'd be like that. I think I want to tighten these shorts a bit. Like just little shorts. Or I could just give her a full skirt. Full skirt could be fun. Because everyone does the sort of side part skirt, but I have done her in full skirt for a lot of stuff. So like, fill out the skirt there. We could pleat it. Caba terminated. I'm guessing that is Majora's Mask. I don't think I like the full skirt. I think I do still like the half skirt. But I think I am going to need to reel her legs in a bit. Her tails are going to be a very back-heavy thing. I should get the tail done. Just while I'm doing stuff. Alright, so where did we block the tail in on the sketch? So per the sketch... Let's get the sketch out again. So, essentially, that's where the tail would start. And we're going down, up, and around. Okay. So I'm going to grab my yellowy color. Make sure it's the correct yellowy color. And I'm going to go to the sprite layer, and let's just follow that around a bit. That might be too much tail. As much as I do like my big floofy tails, might be a little bit much. We need room to move it. So there's going to be kind of like a ball of movement around here where it'll go. But let's go do something like this. Maybe some angles we will see both tails too. It'll be great. How's her first sprite? It's like idle down. We also need to get more depth to these arms. Which I think the best thing is going to be maybe something like this. I think this color needs to be a little bit darker. Yeah, I think that helps a bit. I think I need like an extra dark outline. We need to contour a bit more here. Just to give it shape. Does that help? No. Dude. It kind of helps. Visit the Yoke Hero. Well, I do have that set up for this scene. I think. Oh, I don't have this it set up for this scene. Why did I forget it? Well, hold on. I can do this. Just copy it from the Danganronpa that we never finished. Haha! Alright. Miracles. An update to Prodigal. Huh. Cool. I need to play Prodigal at some point. Yoke Heroes. Play. Alright, there we go. Y'all get your Yoke Hero, are you happy? Wait, where did the stream avatars go? Oh, they got dragged down by accident. There you are. Hopefully you weren't gone for long. I'm gonna put that over on this screen so that I can at least see it. Alright, woke up. Okay. What does Cabin need? A little bit of hunger. Look at that. 2-whole onigiri. It's great. Take a poop. Pooping! Pooping! Maybe some inch training. Inch training twice. Read some books. Alright, back to drawing. Alright. Let's go to 50. I guess if I'm standing default, I could have a up curl. People do like the up curl. One up curl, one down curl generally. So maybe we will be able to see them both from the first angle. Alright, so we'll have one with up curl and the other with down curl. We'll bulk these out. I think down curl will be the far tails, so we'll maybe reduce the curl a little bit. But let's bulk this out. And connect it to our butt. I tend to like this kind of curl for the top tail. Do I still have Super Eraser on? I do. Haha! Victory is mine. So we can trim things a bit. bring this curl around. A nice big body to the tail. I think that works. So that will be going this way. Connect it to her butt. Ma'am, this is an Amazon.com stream. And the other one should be like down here to compensate. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Two tails, or do I try to only make one visible depending on stuff? Like, I'd like to have them up and waggly. Is generally like the vibe I go for, but I could try for the miles per hour bit where they're just like rotating up and down a lot. Because let's look at how many sprites I'm gonna have that show the back anyway. So both tails will be visible like through most of the running animation. Through the spin, we'll see full back and have both tails. So the tails are going to have momentum when we're drawing them. Dude. Kind of wish I wasn't doing this with mouse. I think we do both. Because this will be the, like, standing idle animations. 2 is going to be busy, but it's on model, so you think it's worth the effort? Yeah, I agree. It's going to be a lot of, like, stuff. So we're going to have, like... In terms of, like, things that move... Things that move... In terms of it, let's, like, highlight them in red. So... We're going to have movement, like, around here, the tips of the bow, the tip of the hat's going to need to move a bit, the hands are obviously going to have a lot of motion, maybe some boba, the tails, and then, like, the legs. So there's going to be so much movement on this sprite. But we made 2 tails work at, like, a quarter of the size, so I think we can manage it. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me pull out a prior sprite sheet that we worked on. Let's see. Let's consult Final Fantasy, Matty. Where is it? Battle sprites? Is this the one? Nope, that's my file for working on them all individually. Because I was a weirdo. Which I probably will do with this. I will end up, like, making single files and then being able to just, like, click through layers to see where we are, but... Sprite sheet. Yes. So if we go down, this Matty only had one tail visible from the side, which was kind of a thing. But when she fell down, you could see the second tail. So it could be something that we just kind of sneak in. Leave it always up unless there's momentum pulling it in a direction. But then, yeah. Oh, hard to say. This is the first time we have so much, like, working space. I think I'm gonna go with the only one visible from the idle stance. as is kind of our default. But like, so the second one would be around here, so it might like flick in front of the face sometimes. Alright, let's block in some color. Actually, I want to take a moment to look at Lunase's hair a bit. Because I know she's got, like, a lot of waviness to it. And her hair moves a lot. Like, even just between these two frames, her hair moves a lot. Because we could try to make the tail movement more subtle. Which might be a good idea. Okay. Let's once again erase our art. But this time, let's hug it closer to the body. I'm gonna say she looks like a gnome. Alright, so up and then we'll have some body and then out. So and then it ends up just filling all of this area. No, we can trim it to just be pointed up. I think there's our shape. And then, dude. Something like that. So let's get that butt swell going. Diversify a bit there. Just give us some color separation. Medium mid-tone. Maybe we remove 1 pixel here. And then get the bold white going. I think I need a little bit more depth there. Da, 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 da. Sheeny tail. Sheeny tail. The power of 1 pixel here. Alright, how does that look small? Alright, the arm and the tail separate. That's good. That is the main thing I wanted. Might need a little bit more contouring. Because notably, that side of Lunaise is very dark for the sake of contrast. Like her light color very rarely touches the outside. Dude. Alright. So I tend to do the skirt roughly. So similar to... Hold on. Do we have a darker color here? We don't. It just looks darker because it's surrounded by light color. Let's try that again. Dude. do. All right. All right. The downside of legs and feet. All right, let's scrap this so far. I think we'll work our way down. Because we might end up in new shapes. Alright. So let's make the shorts a little bit smaller. Because they're shorts. They're fun and easy to wear. Ouch. And we can contour the leg here like this. Just need to contour under the belt. My Matty Tata is in the top 1%. Am I? I am in the top 1% of Kitsadillos. Wait, hold on, am I? Because if there's even a second one, I think I'm knocked into the bottom 50%. No! Shit! Crap! Foiled! Yeah. Just get some contouring. Let's get a little bit of light color here.
Is there reality somewhere? My people, I won't give up on you. Come with me. Be free.
How do they shade the pants here? It's like bright on the high points and then that's it. Alright. So should darken a bit. So under this is thanks. Stop wrecking my chair. So under the skirt bit needs to be darker because of the shadows. And then we'll go mid to go light tone for like here. Mid tone. Something like that. Dude. Hello, Binks. Hello, Binks. Yes, all of the cuddles. All right. Now let's Lords of Binksmas. Fluffy bottom demands attention. A little bit there. Let's grab the dark color. Just go a little bit that way. So I want... like, the dark points. Cut that up there. Just to simulate the ruffle a little bit better. That makes her thumb disappear. Ruffles are hard to do in such small... What if I double wide it? And then... because this would end up being the inside of the next ruffle, like that maybe? It's a little light on detail. Bing, stop eating my hair. Bing, stop eating the... Let out of your mouth. Dude. I think that's kind of our best bet without adding another color. How does it look? Small. Like a blade in my pocket. Alright, let's change a pixel. Let's grab one of these. Let's make the skirt a little bit shorter. Which will then let us... How does that work? Better. Alright, little shorts, you are successful. Alright. Let's steal that legging color again. So we go out to the knee and down. And then... Psst, hey. Binks, stop it. He's purring like a maniac. He's happy he's being a shithead. Okay. This kind of works. I think I need to trim that down. So that leg needs to come back a pixel, essentially, for this to work. Binks, stop chewing on shit. He's a cat, so yes. He is, in fact, a cat. Dude. Alright, we need a mid-tone. For shadows. Lucky I love you, you shithead. As you be a shithead. Alright, and this is how we're going to make our big boots. We're going to take them and have them go over the line. Dude. Take one pixel out over here. Yeah, I think that works. As Kazooie goes off in my ear. Alright. Alright, shine on this boot. Foot locations. We need a mid-tone. Thanks! Good bite in my hair. It's gonna make my life easier. We're gonna copy some shading. Alright, Cabba's done. Adventures for Cabba. The Timeless Dungeon. I don't think I want to go to the Timeless Dungeon. Let's see. The Grand Adventure. Alright, let's go on a Grand Adventure. Got the location sail. Of course, it'd be the one investigating the island. Not much of a land-based adventure. More of an old sea dog. Alright. Off Cabba goes on adventures. Dude. Dude. Binks! Quit that. Here's it. Wrinkly shoes. Binks, quit eating my hair. You're being a butthead. I think we just need to fix this with a more brown tone here. Just blend this a little bit better. There we go. All right, I think that might be our Matty. Do we need... I feel like there's a little something missing here. Maybe like... just because she's got floppy shoes. Floppy shoes. Her legs look reasonable. What do you think, chat? How does she look at scale? She's very bright. But then again, I've always been known to be the bright colors in a dull room. If my Code Vein character's anything to go by. Dude. Now only 264 left. My dreams. My precious dreams. Oh. I wonder if I should make the shorts the same color as the boots, maybe? Just to blend it a bit better? Doot. Alright, let's grab our high tone. Let's change the short color and see how I feel. Doot. Nope. Doot. 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 Yeah, this darkens the lines a bit. I think I like that better. It mutes things a little bit, but I think it's well worth it in the end. Yeah. Brings our contrast up a bit more. Dude. But how does it look small? Eh, the legs blend a little bit. Do I have any favorite nerdcore artists or songs? Hard to say. Like, my musical taste tends to be very, like, whatever I'm feeling at a particular moment. So the main reason I'm using Rainwave is just because I'm used to using it for stream stuff. It used to be the interim that they wanted us to put over between programs in when I was doing Final Fantasy Randomizer. So it was what was playing while we were getting games set up. So it just kind of, A, is a conveniently non-copyrighted thing, because it's covers and such. And B, just kind of happens to work because I'm making a game sprite at the moment. Speaking of, it's time to agonize over the second thing we need to do here. So I need to take a thing. I need to zoom out at least a little bit. Probably 18. No, a little bit less. 16. Should be good. So I need to grab this sprite. We gotta do research. So we gotta take these two sprites and see what makes them different. So file, create from clipboard. I mean, that's gonna be convenient, don't get me wrong. We will be keeping this. But I do need a new layer. Luna's frame. Luna's frame 2. So, because I am not an expert on everything, I need a general idea of what moves between frames. So between frame 1 and frame 2. And then using my artist's eye that I don't have, merge down. Alright, so it's a bob. A very light bob. Got a better eye than Shad? Everyone! A rock has a better eye than Shad! I should almost feel insulted you would compare me that way. Like, oh, he's such a chud. Like, cripes. Alright, so frame 2 just kind of drops the body area. The hands stay kind of in the same bit. I was gonna say... Said you had no eye. That's objectively wrong. Alright, fair. Alright, so... It's basically just center of body that is moving up and down. That is what we needed to know. So... The major aspect is her hair. I should probably check 2 or 3 frames. It's annoying. Ish. So, from Binks, out. Out. Binks, get. Up you go. As Kava beats up the Yakuza. So, we're gonna go over here, we're gonna get a... Yeah, I know! Crimes against Binks. Heaven for fucking bid. I'm not paying attention to you for 6 seconds. So what we're gonna do... Mom, you're the only 2 there. All the attention. Ow, don't bite my foot, you gremlin. Up on the bed you go. Quit it. Cripes. Alright. So, we're gonna grab this. Uh... Alright, I think I might need to do a study on how Tails' tails move. Oh. Friend just got to me. I edited his landfall deck and gave him a very refined version of, here's how it should probably win. Alright, need to look at these frames again. So the thighs aren't going to move, just some lighting is to emulate some movement. Okay. So we're going to... Why didn't I do it just this way? Duplicate layer. Matty Sprite. So frame 2 is the lower one. Alright, so... to the arms. I use my fingers a lot on my screen while I'm doing things, which doesn't help you all. Alright, so let's grab the lasso tool. We're gonna have to grab all of this. Hopefully this grabs the pixels I want. And then, like, the arm bit there from going out. And then I think... this should be everything. It's almost there. No, only the top half of the chest actually moves. Alright. That's slightly easier. Alright. Let me re-lasso this then. So let's grab this right around there. And this transition. And then the head, and we're good. Perfect. Edit. Cut. Remove top of head. Oh no! Why did it... why are those translucent? Yeah, why is it translucent? I mean, I guess we could fix those pixels easily enough. It's just kind of annoying. Why is it that way? Yeah, it's only where they touched each other. Alright. We'll have to do some minor lighting changes, but that should be realistically all we need to do for Sprite 2. So let's merge that down into a single layer. We'll fix up some of the stuff later. But that is the major bit of movement. Dance! Alright, so the shadows get heavier, and the planes for the legs are getting bigger. So that's how they're doing shading. So first let's fix these pixels that died horribly. They died for the cause. Okay. So you need to throw some shading here. Ugh. So I think okay. So what kind of quirks do I want? I kind of want an ear flick. But the problem is, what is frame 2 to 3? This looks like a stand-up again, so it might be 2 frames of down and then 1 frame of up with, like, small changes? We might need to do things like 3 to 4 frames at a time, which is going to be a lot, but such is Lune's frame 3. Alright, what is between 2 and 3? Even lower, but this is also with hands. So it's a lower in maybe 4 frames? Yeah, like that's the full jump down. Okay. And okay. So frame 4 is the fabric catching up. And so these frames seem to be swapping. All right, let's grab. Let's grab you. And 5 is coming back up. Like just straight coming back up. So it's up, down, down, fabric catches up, and then come back up. And what's the difference between frame 5 and 1? Just the stuff catching up. So then it likely loops to things lasting again and starts over. Okay, so this is a 5-frame animation. Okay. All right. All right. All right. We've got it. It's brilliant. So we're going to have to do 5 Matties mirroring the motion. So I think... So she's got major motion in the hair, sleeves, and thighs. The boots remain completely the same. Other than, like, some shading. So, I'm going to save this real quick. Matty single sprite editor. All right, so frame 1 to 2, we're just changing angles. I think maybe the hat should lag a little bit. Yeah, I think we should lag the hat a little bit. So we'll lag the hat with these frames. Oop. Help if I was selecting the correct layer. We keep changes subtle. I think this would mostly be the rim color there that would be visible. And I want the bow to kind of like stretch a bit. I want the hat to bounce a tad as well. So if I have all of this be part of the leg. Will this be too extreme? I think the tip of the hat might be slightly too extreme. Maybe? We'll try it for now. Let's lighten that a pinch as this bends. Kind of want the bow to squish. Where would bow squishing happen here? I think bow would squish on the way up, so it needs a couple of frames to do it. So this, squish, up, go. Oh, I'm gonna have to see all this in motion. I might have to export it as a GIF eventually. Oh! We got to see a Cabal level up. We love to see it. Alright. I think I'm gonna have to get all 5 frames done and then look at them as a GIF. Alright, I think I want to... So that's more than enough head stuff, I think. Body basically remains unchanged. We need to shift the arms a little bit. So I think I want to move the claws slightly forward. I think freehanding this is going to be better. So we like get this claw here. So like just a little bit of shifting. Maybe pull the thumb up a bit. Nah, I think that's a little too much. And we gotta darken everything like here by one stage, just to kind of like imply that little bit of motion. Just like that. We reveal more of this leg. It's like a little bit more light there, not too much. Let's highlight that like a bit. I think we leave the backhand alone. Yeah, there's nothing much going on in the backhand. All right. Yeah, I think we're getting there. All right, we will uniquely have the tails going. Whee! It'll be great. And we'll spread the light for this down a little bit as well. Dude. Dude. Slightly talking to a friend at the same time. Dude. Dudes. All right. One, two, three. Flick, 4, 5. I think that's the tail sequence. Dude. Alright, dudes. Is it shift to add more? It is. Gonna nip the top of the tail a bit. Dudes. Chill art stream with Matty. All right. So much. I think we need to trim a bit of this down and go here. Ooh, this is a banger. All right, edit. Copy. That's a lot nicer. Pixel there. Pixel there to round it out. And we'll flick it over on the 3 frame for 5 back. I as good as I get it. Let's look at Loney's frame 1 and 2 again. So a little bit of boot. Looks like a small bit. Let me swap their positions. You know, I think the issue is the tail gets shorter, which we need to not. Dude. Actually, you know what I should check? Because I've also got back up here. Twitch Guff. Where's Shiggy? Shiggy. Show me your frames. Dude. Yeah, it gets a lot of tail motion. With like the full round. So, yeah. It's jumping 3 to 4 frames. Or 3 to 4 pixels a frame. Alright. Research done. Dude. Organize stuff again. Kappa, walk faster. It's stream end time. Alright, I think I need to spread these fingers a bit. Just to kind of go with the other one. Just imply that motion. It's past midnight there. Fair. Did take a bath. It's 5 a.m. No, I think we put that pixel back.
I would honestly put this maybe in my top 5 of anything I've ever heard. Yeah, well,
Showing a bit more palm. Alright, I think we just try for Sprite 3. Dude. Ugh. Goal, get these 5 frames done tonight. If I can do 5 tonight, then I think we're good. Dude. So between frames 2 and 3, it's everything else dropping. So the hat should kind of return to shape. The bow can drop. The hands come down. Alright. Dude. So let's grab this. Check that 1 pixel out. I forgot to do this the correct way. Delete that layer. Duplicate this layer. Sprite 3. And then delete that. Come here. Cut that. There we go. So that's got to come down. Just use merge now. We have an extra copy of the sprite. Sprite 2. This one I can grab this way because we don't have to maneuver around stuff. Oops. Okay. Dude. Okay. Move you down. Dude. Catch that. Put it behind so that the skirt doesn't get in the way. Merge that down. Rename it. Dude. Okay, so it's like the mid-step before the fall. Maybe I'd leave the bow alone? I don't know. Let's grab you. And I think we can afford to just cut that back again. Put that back. Push down. No, it's frame 4 is the hair drop. Okay, so let's... Well, I guess we can consider the hat. Make just the hat move. Alright, and then we need... So this is the widest stance. So this will be where the tail starts to rotate around. Merge down. I recognize this song. Pokemon. Makes sense. Ah, what did I just open? Monster Farm? No! Exit, please. Thank you. No offense, Monster Farm. I just don't want to be you right now. Ah. Dude. Ugh. Okay. I have to pee one last time. Because I'm normally done stream by now. Tripping over Binks. Alright, so since our stance is slightly more squat, we need another pixel there. I also want to say that the legging goes up a bit there. Darken that up a bit. Let's get these knees up. Hello, Binks. Dude. Yes, cuddles. I love you too. Dude. Yeah, this is a subtle correction frame. Alright, let's fix these arms. Let's grab there. Oh. Direct headbutt. Shedding fur everywhere. I love you too, Binks. More headbutts. Hello, Binks. Binks, get off my phone, please. Alright, let's speed cab up a bit. Kappa prevails! Faster. A bandit! Alright. Oh no! Kappa's been hit by a mermaid. Alright, I've realized I actually want to do something more in frame 2. Because if I have 5 frames, I want to go down, down, up, up. For the ears, we want to flick them a bit. Yeah, that's why I don't use Adobe anymore. I used to. I had a few Adobe products back when I did a lot more video editing. There we go. Hold on. Maybe they should flick forward? Like swivel instead of flick? Hey, Binks. Hello, Binks. Binks, stop. Binks, I know you have opted to sit directly in front of the keyboard. Got to think about it the other day. A weird bit of, oh, that's horrible. I get it now. So many higher ups love AI stuff. Think about how people complained about company logos all becoming the same and losing flair. AI is that, but for everything, all art, all writing, all visuals, just mass scale corporate monetization. Yeah. It's corporations like it because it cuts out the middleman until it doesn't, because then they have to pay people to do the AI nonsense, which, you know, is its own bag of worms, but like they're so inept they can't even do that themselves. They are so bereft of creativity. And they don't want to deal with the people that will tell them no. Dude. Binks, I love you. I'm gonna just put you over here. I think we're gonna rush Cabot to the end. I've lost focus for the project at the moment. That said, 3-ish sprites. We got more to do. We have our base, Matty, which was one of the harder parts. To say, the addition of Yokiro so late to the end of the stream did not help much. Because I'd have ended like 15 minutes ago, but I want to finish Yokiro stuff. Lest we have to put Cabot to bed when we come back and then we just do nothing with him. Matty Bays. Matty Bays. Just pixeling the Matty Bays. Oh. Yes. Ah! Come on, Kappa, you can do it. He's a necromancer. Yeah, I think every time we like click, it takes like 15 seconds off. Go, Kappa. Neko Neko ni. Yes.
The fog of war means war is so complex, it's beyond the ability of the human
Hey, another level up.
to comprehend all the variables. Our judgment, our understanding are not adequate,
Kappa leveling so much.
and we kill people
Come on.
unnecessarily.
No. Yeah, it's fine. We don't need the crit. We're already super powerful with our little feather toy. I think I also have the best gear for Kappa right now, too. We could fight the Bird Lord, but I want to do all these side quests. I wonder if I can discount a reward, make Yokiro cheaper for art streams. Or just turn it on when I'm going to do an art stream. Because it's not hard to do both. And then I wouldn't be rushing it at the end of stream. But that's it. I think this is all we're going to get done today is these two. I got to decide what all's going to move on Matty without it being too much is the big thing. So I'm not going to commit Sprite 2 to the sheet yet. Looks like a spooky dungeon. Well, I'm not going there. Good luck if you're brave enough to go. Look at that. All sorts of golden experience. Alright, out of energy. I'm not allowed to eat. So take a poop. Take a fast poop. Poop faster! I'll click the poop out of you. And you're also gonna get a bath before you go to bed. And then you will be going to bed. For 8 hours. Spooky poops. Alright. When you force the idle game to go fast. Kappa is very full of it. Yes. He's just got really bad constipation. You've seen the way he eats in onigiri. That said, you are not allowed to enjoy the bubble bath, Kappa. I'm sorry. You gotta go to bed. We're gonna tuck you in. Meow. Alright, bedtime for TK. Look at him go. Alright. And with it being his bedtime, it is time for us to put away the Yokiro and call it a day. Let me put away the Yokiro first. There we go. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Your stream ebb goes away. Ugh. But I have a Binks that wants all of the attention in the world. In terms of things, next stream, Thursday, we'll have Code Vein 2, as well as, I don't think we're starting the Encore yet, so it'll be just a Code Vein 2 stream. So we'll do Code Vein 2, then come Tuesday, I'll have an LADXR race, and then I'll be doing Multi-World Encore. So when will our next art stream be? Who knows? Maybe just when I want to do some art, we'll find out. But the art streams are kind of going to be a little bit few and far between. It'll be when I don't have something else and I'm not like forcing something else. So Mayhem will continue and I will be playing Timespinner, so I'll get an idea of how like the frame rate goes and such. It's going to help. It's going to help in actually doing this properly. But yes, I digress. Thank you everyone so much for coming out. If you enjoy art, just let me know. I might try to find some time to push in a little bit extra. But until then, thank you all so much for coming out, and I will see you later. No, I'm not trying to get this done before Rando. I will do that Rando first, and then the next time I do Timespinner... Basically, the goal is have this done by next Multi-World Mayhem. So, like, a year. I have 1 year to get this sprite sheet done at some point. And considering it took me 4 hours to do one sprite, which let's actually enjoy the one properly complete sprite, at least that I'm calling complete. It might end up with some small edits as we go and find out stuff, but we have one complete Matty. That is all we can ask for. And we have a sheet of So much more to do. I think at the end of every art stream, we'll look at the sheet and see how far along we are and kind of see how far it gets. So we are at 1 of 260. Oh, it's going to be a time. But we got our colors, we got our general shapes. It's just going to be a matter of, like, figuring out actually doing the rest of the animation, which is a lot. 1/260th of a Matty? Yes. And then when it's done, I will be able to play as Matty in Timespinner. Will everybody else? I don't know. I'll probably release it publicly, and it'll be awesome if people do want to use it, but I'm not gonna, like, force it. Anyway, though, thank you so much for coming out again, and I'll see you later.